Ah. Welcome. I've started a little bit early, just a little bit. Let's see who's in. I'm not muted. Let's see who's in. We've got H Potter and Pugmat, MisterWiggly bot, and MisterWiggly. Scanning. And that is Aradara is here as well. And H Potter gave me that looks like it's nether bricks. Alright, we have to see. In theory, today should be the last stream in this pack because hang on. Oh, you made me in the wrong spot.
Just subscribed for 57 months.
TJD with a 57 month sub. 57 TJD. 57 months. Thanks TJD. Belle Beauty is nice. Naughty, that was naughty. Oh, incoming. Ow. Have I picked another pack yet? No. But Mama Sams, thank you for the apple. The plan is to try and get this one today. We had our informal target of getting two plushies per day. We have 2 plushies left. Witch and the villager dude. So if we get those 2, then everything is done. So I got one that sits in there, and one that sits here, and that's it. So that's our target for today. If we get a good roll going, that may mean that we finish early. And if that's the case, excellent. But we'll see how we go. We have to make some chalks, right? So like if we want to make the black chalk, we need to make impure black chalk. That means we need witherite dust. Witherite dust is a recipe. I need a wither skeleton skull. We need crushed blackstone. So we need to make a crusher spirit. I don't know how to make a crusher spirit. I have no idea. We have to go back and make sterling silver. That has to be a thing. So I guess we summon this dude first, right? So we need Aviar's circle. So we need some amethyst dust, lapis dust, emerald dust, a spirit attuned crystal, and the book of binding foliot bound. Really tried, but I couldn't get into forest. Nothing. 2 vanilla. Okay. Oh, this is an easier one. This is easier. Slow crusher. This is what we want. So let's remove these. So it's gold, copper, silver, iron. I think, did we have that already set up? Gold, copper, silver, iron? Gold, copper, silver, iron. Okay, and then we have this book. No pentacle, so we haven't drawn a pentacle, so we need to make the pentacle of something. We need Aviar's circle, right, which is this. So I'm going to remove that. We'll attach that to there. That means the candles are in the wrong spot. And from the looks of things, this one uses only white chalk, and we happen to have white chalk. Alright, so that's the ritual complete. Hey, hermit. I'm doing magic. If you had said How are you doing, Mr. Wiggly? I would have said, I'm doing magically. I'm a wizard, Mr. Wiggly. So we have to do this because there's a multi-step process to get to where we need to be in the end.
You didn't say the magic word.
Yeah, only 63% against my will. Oh, does this consume the book? I actually don't know if this consumes the book. It does not. So hi there, Einrondmorn. Einrondmorn. So you're a pulverizer, right? So if I want black chalk and I need witherite dust and I need netherite dust. Probably the occultism one is probably best. So I need netherite, scrap dust, and gold dust. So a crusher spirit will... Ancient debris. Okay, you wait there. Do I just give it to him? I drop it on the ground and he crushes it for me? Because I have 3 ancient debris. I need 2 of them, I believe. Then gold dust. I can do that through a crusher. Which we have down here, this guy. Why am I crushing 2? I need 4. Oh. Alright, Mr. Magic Man. Summoned dude. Will you... Nice earring. Oh, yep, there we go. We did make a slow crusher, so... Is he keeping that for himself? He gave me 4, but there's still got one in his hand. Okay, so this guy should be done. So that means that we should be able to go into Meow. We did that. And do this. There's 1 netherite dust. They do give you 3 each. So I need to get a wither rose. The crushed blackstone should be easy, assuming that I have any blackstone. Black wool, blackstone, there you go. And then a wither skeleton skull. I have that as well. So I need Savira's permanent confinement. Oh, and I still need the wither rose. So we need to find a wither rose somewhere. Have no one but Mr. Wiggly of Twitch and YouTube fame to blame for the slow crusher. It's all I know how to make. Einrondmorn. We are seeing his name here, here, and here at the moment. Oh, a crushed blackstone. Okay, so we need to make the brush. Can I trap him somewhere? Can I put him in a... Maybe give him a lead? Wow, I've got 25 leads. I forgot to make the brush. Know nothing about occultism? Hey, me too. There you go. You don't go anywhere. I don't know if he just hangs around or anything. Okay, brush. There's like a brush thing. I think it's called a brush. Oh, wow. A brush. This guy. Chalk brush. Alright, so now we have a chalk brush. So we can erase what we have over here. Can I vein erase? No. Oh, hey, give me that back. Okay, and now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to move the ritual to where I actually wanted it to be, which was over here beside this. How you doing, Aroha? So I think I can remove the mechanical pulverizer now. I keep pressing the wrong thing. If we go back to black chalk, that's not what I need. Back to black chalk. Back to that. Back to that. We need this recipe. Golden bowl. Oh, we need many skulls. And many candles. We might not have enough candles currently to hand. Looks like we need 8 skulls and 8 more candles. So do we have... I think we have skulls. Doing decent. Got a sore back for some reason. Okay, we do have skulls. And then candles. So we'll put the skulls all looking into the middle. Oh, those are not... we saw them in another recipe. What were they? And my flame is in the wrong spot. Technically that's okay. But we may have to maneuver the flame. Okay, so we looked at that. Oh, it was the Crusher Spirit. When we looked at the... Possessed Hoglin spawn egg. Possessed Blaze. Possessed Bee. Okay, don't remember which one it was. So we're trying to make the witch. That means we need to do this, which means we need the lens frame, not the lens frame. We need the infused lenses, which is this recipe. Oop. Who's that? SK!
SKXJP just subscribed with Prime. Let's party.
XKXJP! Thank you for the Prime sub! Skills. Thank you very much. Hope that you are well. Thank you. Let's party. Aroha also asked, how am I doing? I'm alright. No complaints. Sacrificial bowl has been done. Why don't we try an easier chalk, maybe? Impure light grey. So that needs silver dust, crushed calcite. So silver and iron dust. Silver dust can be made with a Crusher Spirit. So let's give a silver dust to him. And an iron to try and get an iron dust. And then crushed calcite is also Do I have calcite? I do. I got a little bit of calcite, not a lot. Alright, slow crusher spirit. Crush that for me. While you're doing that, I'm going to grab a demon seed. Actually, I'm going to grab a few demon seeds and a bucket. I have a stack left. We don't want to run out of those. One water bucket. Calcite, that's right. The sight of a cow. Just the mere sight of a cow. Oh. Hello. Someone's been busy over here. I didn't know they reached that far. How come it wasn't doing it that way before? I could have probably left them all. Calcite. Ciao. Okay, so light grey chalk. That guy. So that should be everything that we need to make the light grey chalk once we get this off the dude. So one of you. There's our impure light grey chalk. And I realize now that I forgot to do a couple of things. Number one, we're going to make a little area over here, about here, that we're going to... Oh, for reals? Stand still, bro. Ow! Anyway. How's the koi? Yeah, koi is all good. Okay, that's likely to be more than we're ever going to need. Who was that? Cosmic Cube Keeper is naughty. Yes, everybody's looking pretty happy in there. It's hard... Well, one of them isn't. It's hard to know for sure what is... What makes them that way. They're not mad. They're just drawn that way. Okay, I want a flint and steel. So we need this to be over here somewhere. Is that not how that works? I could swear that's how that works. Throw Demon's Dream fruit onto the other fruit. Whoops. I learned not that long ago that Jessica Rabbit was voiced by Kathleen Turner. That's true. She assumed it was going to be a huge flop and requested she not be credited in the role. Yeah, I knew that. Turned out to be a good movie. So she was wrong. Let's see, do I have Demon's Dream here? I don't think that I planted any. No, okay. But, I mean, you can get it just by breaking grass, and there's a ton of grass up there too, so... let's just make Like if we come up here and just... I've got another 3 just from doing this. And another 3. Yeah, 21 now just from running around in a giant squircle. Oh look, the neighbors have come for a visit. Everybody needs good neighbors. Oh god, I've got a bunch more stuff. Let's play some of this. This has been undecorated for a while now. Rose. That's when good neighbors become good friends. Just a little understanding. It helps to make a perfect day. How's my memory there? Alright, wither rose. We need a wither rose. And we need to figure out what those things are again. And we probably need some bone meal. We have bone meal. Oh, 50 more seeds. Mama Sam's with a pink terracotta. Thanks, Mama Sam's. Oop. Take a few of those, leave a few behind. Okay, so we got that growing. We got this here. I should have put this in while we were in there. Let's do that real quick. And then we got to figure out how to get a wither rose. Wither without you. There we go. Okay, so we got our flame back. So we'll hold on to everything there. Do without you, thanks. That the show every Australian person ever has been in. There's a show every New Zealand actor has been in. A show called Shortland Street. Lord Zion with some mossy stone bricks. How you doing, Lord Zion? Okay, so I have my impure chalk. I should be able to just biff that in there and that will change to grey chalk. Okay, so we've got a grey chalk and a white chalk. So, hang on, that's light grey, light grey. So dark grey, or grey, needs grey paste. So grey paste is another thing that needs gunpowder clay, phantom membrane, and grey dye. I want a different book. So gunpowder clay, phantom membrane, and grey dye. Can we remember all 4 of those things? Gunpowder, clay, phantom membrane. No, we don't have grey dye. Can we make grey dye? Oh, Can I do that? I can. Grey dye. Okay, so now we need to make the Book of the Djuni bound. Okay, taboo book. Okay, so if I get a book, and if we look at the dyes we have available, I do have purple dyes. Hang on, I also need a feather. And a purified ink. Like I knew I was going to be doing stuff. Some New Zealand actor's been here for 30 years. And we all got to pay our bills, right? Is it not an ink sac? No, it's a black chalk. Or a black dye. There we go. Okay. Oh, and I'm gonna throw the book in there too. Yeah, I don't blame anyone for sticking around if if you're getting a steady paycheck, and you're good at what you do. Why not? Why not? Indeed. So hang on, that book. So we need to make that book, which we can do. There you go. And then we need to make that book into this. That becomes a bound Djinni book. And then to make this, we need Strigor's Higher Binding. The problem, of course, now is that we need that to go here again. So let's so that needs light grey chalk, but we also need purple chalk and green chalk, or lime chalk. Well, we can start it at least. So I need purple and lime chalk. Wait, was that even the right purple chalk? Seems too bright. Yeah, it's too bright. Purple chalk. And lime chalk. Alright. Purple and lime chalkaroo. So purple chalk needs to be that. So I need obsidian dust and crushed end stone. I also need to make at least 2 more impure white chalks. Yeah, so that's what I was trying to do. I've got this one here, but to make this I need to make the void chalk. And the void chalk needs grey, white, black, and light grey. But in order to make the grey chalk now, I need to make the purple and the lime chalk. So that means we're going to go back and do a couple more things. So we have to make this guy again twice, and to make the burnt other stone, we can do that just by cooking it. It's starting to become a little bit of a process. I think that goes in there. Then we go back into the thing. Is it worth making a wireless storage system? Okay, so we're back up to 4. Alright, so we're concentrating on purple. So purple needs a crushed endstone and 2 obsidian dust. Let's see if these work this way. My koi is doing well. Just playful doubts about their koi behavior. Meanwhile, Chad is reminiscing about NZ actors in popular shows and making jokes about neighbors being good friends. It's when they become good friends. That's a lead is coming out of the middle of his forehead. Poor dude. But he's got a cool earring on. Okay, so that and those should give me impure purple, which we can just biff in there. And now we have purple. Okay, purple. How do you make lime? Oh, hello. So I need emerald dust, a slime ball, and a research fragment dust, which is another recipe. Oh my god, did I keep any bottles of enchanting? Hold up, hang on. I'm gonna make this elsewhere. So if I want to make that, I need that to be that. So you live there. Candles. Hermit, thank you for the stained glass pane. I think I put the candles away. And for being naughty. Hello, how goes? It goes well. How are you? My pleasure? Is Taliono nice? Oh, we don't know yet. Oh, those are full glass. Oh no, I have no windows. Alright, gonna have to go here. Candle. Just keep the candles. Doing alright, thanks. Finish your big hole dig out. Started building, building so long. Started building so long. So long. Little punk. I would like if the golden ritual bowl looked more golden. Okay, so we're trying to make this dude, so I need 2 bottles o' enchanting and an emerald dust. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. I'd like to stay and taste my first champagne. Yes? No. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. It is naughty. Enchanting. Oh, I did keep some. What a good streamer. Eisenwolf hits 10 streams in a row. Nice. Right, I need 3 of you. These 3 will do. And then we go... Oh, hang on. You need to crush this for me. Here, crush this for me. Oh, so we're making that. And I need the book of... Oh, it does consume the book, doesn't it? Ah! No! Okay. Book. So I need... Oh, just take the whole stack of books. How many feathers? I'll take all the feathers. Then ink sacks. I'll take all the ink sacks. Let's make a little bit of room in our inventory. Oh, hang on. We don't need the bones. Out of here, bones. Out of here, bucket. Out of here, silver. Out of here, oak saplings. Oh, I could have... Hang on. The oak saplings might come in handy. Big Al's here. How you doing, Big Al? Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Can't complain. Okay, so now we should be able to make this recipe. Right, so that will make this guy, which then means we need to make... So I need a slime and another emerald dust. Alright, so you do that real quick, we'll be back. One emerald, one slime. And here you have that. Isn't it refreshing to see me doing magic? Don't get used to it, chat. Right. So on Discord, there's an animated SCP movie coming sometime in the future. How you doing, Samsung? I just found out that last year in Japan, they made an Exit 8 movie. You want me to make another pack for you that's just magic mods? No. I saw something about that movie. It looks cool. You know, like it's already out. It's in Japanese though. So you'd need to know Japanese. Alright, so this one goes here. No! No! Alright, now we need to do these. So what am I missing? Oh, the bowl. Whoops. How you doing, Chicken McChicken? Right. So that is ready to be made into this. So we need the clay, the phantom membrane, the grey dye, the phantom membrane, the gunpowder, the clay ball, the book of binding. Been a while since you were here, it's true. Welcome back. How have you been? Shall we find out how long it's been since you were here? You were last here in October of last year. And you said hello. And that was all. But you've been following since 2020. Anything new? Yeah, we're about to 100% a pack today, hopefully. Hopefully. We're planning on 100%ing a pack today. Seems awfully slow, doesn't it? So what is this? This is for the grey paste. Right, so the grey paste. So that's just those two together. Okay, so we get the grey paste, we make that into grey, and then we can make a grey chalk, and then all we need to do is make the black chalk, and to make the black chalk all we need to get is a wither rose. So we need to find a wither rose. Where are we going to find a wither rose? Wish you could play mods in Minecraft, but today's prices for a PC is enough for a house. Yeah. Like, if you wanted to get a PC, you've missed the bus. Just at the moment, it's not good. But, having said that, if you pick up a second-hand PC, you know, you get a nice, cheap second-hand PC, you'd be surprised how much you can run in Minecraft nowadays. Village type that has a purple house with 2 wither roses in it. Can I just pick them up in the nether? What's a second-hand PC? One that somebody else used to own previously. Like I have a computer store near me that sells refurbished PCs, which is a second-hand PC that they've, you know, allegedly checked over and made sure that it works. You can normally pick those up pretty cheap. You can make the wither rose, get some animals down to where you spawn the wither, spawn one. It'll turn the animals into roses when they die. Could do that. Vanilla ways they spawn when the wither kills a mob or player. Right, there's my grey chalk. I would have to summon another wither. Would it matter that the wither would be spawning on the ground? Like on the bedrock, sorry? Still gonna be a long time before you can even afford that though. Yeah, it's just gonna get worse. Okay, so it doesn't matter that they're on bedrock. Okay, let's see what options I have available. Get the old stuff when your dad updated. I think just at the moment with the way that all the prices for things are going, like it does make a lot of sense. Withered bone meal. Interesting. Most people throw eggs to get chicks. I do have eggs. Well, I should have eggs. Do I have eggs? I've got tons of eggs. What I don't have is enough wither skeleton skulls to summon a wither. So let's go and collect some skulls, or at least skull fragments. We need at least 27 skull fragments. Luckily. Oh, whoops. They only dropped one. April. Gonna be going someplace to hopefully get some money, but don't know. I mean, April's not too bad, you know, like if you can hold out until April, that's not the worst thing. Do you want to eat some more food? Are you still hungry? If hunger equals yes, then yeah, why not? You don't know? If you don't know, no. If you sort of sit with it for a while, you may find that it makes you feel full. Or have a glass of water. Or another thing I've heard, brush your teeth. Apparently brushing your teeth makes you feel less hungry. Yeah, drink water as well. That would work. Nice cold glass of water or a Pepsi Max. Hashtag not sponsored. Bread with tomato soup and you're good. But if you've already eaten bread with tomato soup and you don't know if you feel like more, would you have more? Hey, Jeff. Right, we're up to 17. Look at all of this glowstone. Let's have a quick look around and see if there are just wither roses. Hashtag should be sponsored. Hashtag not, but should be sponsored. Withered forest. See, this feels like a place where you'd find a wither rose, right? In a withered forest. But no. Joined the Hightail server. Kept dying, so we built a base near spawn. Ow! Nice, Jeff. We may be in Hightail tomorrow at this stage. I'm not 100% sure yet. Oh my god. Stand still, bro. Okay, looking for a wither rose in the withered forest. Oh, you punk. Ow. Got him. Got him, yes! The one thing I have to figure out, though, is if we do go back to Hightail, what are we going to do in Hightail? Because it was okay the other day because I was, like, building a house. Best thing you have more mods like this is for PS4. PS4 is still a good console. Bases all look super cool. Be interesting to, yeah, jump on and see how much they've progressed since last week. Gonna convert everything I have in MC to Hightail. Oh god. That actually wouldn't be that much, newbie. It's good if it doesn't try flying off. Oh, you may need to clean out the filters on the side. Hello. Hello. Build a barn, get your crops and animals together. Oh. That could be interesting. I'm going to say there's no wither roses in the wither forest. Clean it till it sparkles, but it's just old. Have you, like, opened it up? Hightail needs a good 2 years before it even has content. There's a lot of mods for it. It's just, the thing about it, right? This is for me as a modded Minecraft player. Oh.
Damo18 just subscribed with Prime.
Damo, I'm sorry. 18 months with Prime, though. Thanks, Damo. Thanks very much. We're trying to see if we can find some wither roses. Game shouldn't have to rely on mods, though. A game that relies on mods has failed. Yeah, and I think a lot of people, like, the type of people that can play vanilla Minecraft and really enjoy vanilla Minecraft would love vanilla Hightail. Mr. Biggie Wiggy, at the end of the day ends. That is true. What are you there? You are wild cave carrots. That is not what we need. Darkfan is playing CTM map in Hightail. Capture the monument. Yeah, see, so the problem that I've always had, well, that I've had with Hightail, not always had because I've only played it twice. The problem that I've had with it is that I just need more to do. You know, I would like more things to do, but I can see the way that it's shaping up. Why is it just XP bottles just lying around all over the place? The way that it's shaping up, I can see, like, for example, the way that the servers work, right? Like, people don't have to download mods to join a server. You just start the pack up, you join the server, and the mods all get downloaded to you automatically. I like that, and I can see that being this is how mod packs will work. You know, there'll be like a kind of a server or something like that. There'll be a way that you can set up a server, and then that will give you all of the mods that you need. There'll be like questing. Someone will make a questing mod, a quest book mod, and then you just follow the quests through. But I think part of the reason why you don't see anything like that at the moment is because people are not sure what the goal is. You know, like at least Minecraft has a goal. You know, you go to the end, you fight the end dragon. But Hytale doesn't seem to have a set goal yet. You just run around and do things. Goals in Minecraft, there is. If you're ever in Minecraft and you pull up the advancement screen, it's got all of these are goals. These ones are obviously for modded, right? But there's the vanilla. The vanilla goals gives you a bunch of things that you can do, and that's it. You know, you start off like craft some wood, go to the Nether, which is where we are, find a fortress. You know, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I think PS4 still has advancements. Getting top tier tools, weapons, and armor is a goal. Yeah. Yeah, so there's, I mean, it's not like there's nothing to do in it. But, you know, Minecraft, while being an open world sandbox, still does have, you know, like a target, a goal, an end game goal. And at least as far as I'm aware, at the moment, Hytale doesn't have that. But I think that once they do, or once people start making mods that have specific goals in them, I think that it will be a lot more interesting for people like me. Thank you. Yeah, who need a little bit of guidance to know exactly what I'm supposed to do. Just talking nonsense now. Okay, I'm going to say there's no wither roses in here, although we haven't found a soul sand valley yet. Hello, soul sand. Got that amazing open world sandbox where creative building is almost unlimited. Yeah, so it's got that part down. I agree. It's just, what's the next thing? Once you get to Cobalt and Hytale, it's like time to uninstall it and give it 2 years wait. It'll be interesting to see how it progresses from here, because you can see the potential in it. Or I can see the potential in it. I assume other people can see it too. But I can see where it could go. And especially with the number of mods that are coming out for it. Yeah, I might have to use my nature's compass. Yeah, with the number of mods that are coming out for it, there is stuff to do. It's just it needs that final push, you know, to in my opinion, it needs that final push to tell you where's the next thing. Nature's compass. Okay, so we're looking for Soul Sand Valley. 834 in that direction. All right, let's go. Does any of what I said make any sense at all? Hi guys. Do you oh, whoops. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Always, yep. If you can't build, you can just download or buy prefabs. See, I'm not a great builder, but I still wouldn't buy a prefab So a prefab is like, it's a housing term. So it's a house that's built somewhere else, and then you bring that to the location that you want to build it. And it's, you know, it's basically pre-assembled. So you just chuck the pre-assembled house down. Playable but boring. Do we agree with that assessment? Playable but boring? Can't do that on PS4. You might be able to like find something in like the what I assume Minecraft has got some sort of store on PS4. I assume. Enjoying the hightail. I think it's definitely like I said, you can see the potential in it. You can see where it could go. So it'll be interesting to sort of follow it through. There's something about it though that reminds me of Fable. You know Fable? I don't know what it is. I think it might be the music and the sort of the slightly cartoony animation style. Okay, so this should be Soul Sand Valley. So this is, if there's going to be a Wither Rose, you'd assume it would be here. We still only have 20 skull fragments, but I do have 2 extra skulls. Oh, he didn't drop a fragment. Dude weak. Hello? Is it possible that there's some in here as loot? I have 3 in my inventory, but I do need 1 of them. But that would be enough to make another one. Come on, fellas. Taliono is naughty. The bot is healing itself. Oh, neat. Okay, looking for chests in here. Any chests at all? There's one. Hey, calm down. Golden egg. Back off, man. In there. I don't know, that was a very quick look, but I know exactly what I'm looking for and I did not see it. So I guess we could go back to that that castle that we saw before. Oh, this is kind of like a village thing, isn't it? Peeking, not looting. Would this pack have an umbral biome in the overworld? Those should have wither flowers. Umbral. No. No, but good call. Hi, guys. Hi. Yeah, it's a cool village. It's a huge village. Look at the size of it. It's got an ad. It'll be over soon. Waystone? No, I don't think we need to go back to that. Nothing really in there. Alright, I think we've looked hard enough. Hang on, have we? Yeah, I think if we were going to find one here, we would have found it by now. So we'll have to do the, oh, hello. No. The ads are gone, what happened? Nothing, we're still hunting for a wither rose. So we're going to have to, I think, do it with the chicken. Spawn in a chicken and then eliminate the chicken. Try this thing. So what we're looking for here, McChicken, is we're looking specifically for a wither rose, right? If I can't find one, then there is a way to make one, and the way to make one is to summon in a wither while you have an animal nearby, and the wither kills the animal and it turns it into a wither rose. Impaling. So what I'm just trying to do is just see, while we're in the nether, if there is a place where we can just find a wither rose to save us having to go through the trouble of summoning and killing a wither again. But it's not looking good. And in fact, in the amount of time that it's taken us to hunt this, we could have summoned and killed the wither already. Find the flowers naturally when you play on PS4. Wonder why it's so hard for you. Modded. Because of modded, probably. Hello. Okay, hang on. Oh, another right scrap. Alright, slash home. Perfect. Gaster. Do I have to cook the gaster? I'll put that away. Okay, so we don't need those or those. Put some soul sand. Alright, so we need to grab some chicken eggs. Never beat the weather. I'm going to show you how I'm about to do it. Aroha has feud. In modded, it's a lot easier. See, Aradao agrees. I would have to find Aradao. Oh. Jeff is nice. They have more health. That's a good question. I don't know. Aradao suggested finding the purple village, but we would have to try to find the purple village. Okay. Right. 1x chicken. Oh, isn't it busy in there? 3 of them ran out. Alright. Witherers, done. Two wither roses. Here, let me help you. Oh, 2 of the chickens got out. It'll take him forever to get up these stairs, so I will bring them back. What food did you get, Adelhart? Oh. Will admit, I thought I was closer to the top than I was. Okay, so now we do not need, hopefully, to fight that dude again. So we want to make the black chalk. We've made the grey chalk. We want to make the black chalk. So to make the black chalk, we have to make impure black chalk. That needs 3 witherite dust. That needs netherite dust and crushed blackstone. Crushed blackstone, netherite dust. Good mod, but the animal that you're carrying covers almost your entire view. That's true. What's luncheon? 2 pieces of toast with butter, 1 also with luncheon and tomato sauce. So luncheon is like a compressed meat, essentially. And it either comes sliced very thinly. Not Spam exactly. Spam has got a different, a way different texture to it. It's actually hard to describe. Normally comes in a like in a roll. In Sydney they call it Devon. In Adelaide they call it Fritz. So it's got different names in different places, which makes it even harder to describe. We probably don't need the eggs anymore. Interesting sounding evolution. Evolution. Looks like balloon. Yeah, kind of. Except it's not like spiced. You know, it's not a spiced meat. Okay, so this is the next one we need to make, which is bigger than the last one. So I think if I remove you and then right click you. So we've got 76 of 149 things here. So we need red chalk, orange chalk, whatever these things are, spirit attuned crystals. So we still need to do a couple more chalkaroos. So we'll put some things away. Oh, not that thing. And we'll grab the purple chalk out. Yes. Arendelle, not inaccurate. Why is there an extra bar at the top? So see this structure that I'm making here? I'm running a mod, well, occultism adds in a thing. So you see underneath it says 105 of 149. That's how many pieces of this ritual I have placed. So each time I add another one, that will fill up a little bit more until I get all 149 things down. And then we're good to go. Right, spirit attuned crystals. They need spirit attuned gems. So there's 8 of them, right? 8 times 4. 32. Yeah, I'm going to make the gems first, which I believe I should be able to do with half and stack of diamonds. Yeah, extra days covers the text, yeah. You're going to make some milk. Make some. It's interesting. Morpheus, how you doing? Okay, so we need to make a red chalk and an orange chalk. Orange. So that will mean we need to make 2 more of the base chalks. Yes, we do. So those are relatively simple to do. Thought cows made milk. The reason I was so confused is that here a luncheon is a type of social gathering. Yeah, it's that here too. It is both things here. Oh. Egg sandwiches. Egg. How many egg sandwiches can I make? None. None many. Reach my favorite part of the morning, coffee time. Nice, hermit. Okay, so to make a red chalk, I need... Well, I have none of these things. What? How do I not have... That can't be right. Yeah, okay, so I need a torch flower. And, oh, I've got to make this guy. It's another ritual. Which needs another book. The rest of that's not too bad. Witherite dust is done. That book is done. That is done. The orange chalk needs cursed honey. Cursed honey. So that's another thing we need to do. Back to that book again. So honey-wise... and a honey block. Aha! Okay, bottle. I need 4 bottles. And Benjamin. Oh, but really, Benjamin, thank you for the... I'm not even sure which one this is. This is a... mangrove trapdoor. There you go. I can read. I can read. Okay, so we got the honey and stuff. So blaze powder's easy enough. There you go. So we need to make this book again. So I should be able to do that with just what I have on me. Stayed up way too late watching nearly the entire season 2 of Landman. No regrets though. So good. Landman. What kind of superhero is he? Oh, that needs the green. It also needs yellow, which is another one I was trying to make, right? Or did I make yellow? No, I haven't made yellow, so that's another one. I have to make all the chalks, man. Hardworking, clever, comeback-giving, problem-solving oil manager, man. Hey, where's your ancient debris go? What does Mob Swarm usually spawn so I know if it's good or not, so if I know not to use it? It doesn't spawn anything. If people have already spawned mobs in, then it drops those mobs, it pulls them towards me. Otherwise, nothing will happen. But that's all in the description. See, the thing is, right, is you have to read the full description of the mod, of the channel point redeem, and it will tell you. Alright, I'm up to 5 chalks. In landscape mode, still should be there though. Hermit! What if you don't want to read? I didn't come here to learn. Hermit, thanks for the cyan terracotta. Okay, so we need a yellow chalk as well. So to make that, I need 2 gold dust. Okay. Like the wrestler. And a glowstone. Ugh. The dude from Mad Men and Demi Moore is in it too. The dude from Demi Moore? Oh, I didn't actually craft it. Alright, so those are light grey and lime. That's white. Oh, keep opening the wrong backpack. Okay, I don't have skulls. Have I tried the banana caramel Whittaker's chocolate? I have not. I have no plans to. Don't like caramel? Just not. I'm not a massive chocolate person. All right, what am I missing here? I know I'm missing the bowl, but it says 45 or 49, so I'm missing something else. Oh, I haven't done this corner. There you go. So now we just got one thing left in here, and then we've done that ritual. So you see that bar at the top there? If I place this block down, boop, it disappears. Ding. Okay, now, what was this one for? This was for orange, right? No, that was for the cursed honey. I think. So we need 4 bowls. Is this for the red? Dude, I can't remember. Let's check this orange recipe. So we need that. That use Huygens enthrallment sacrifice chicken. Summon possessed bee. I think this is the right one. Huygens, but that's also Hedarin's lure. I think we're okay. I think. We'll see. Perform the sacrifice of chicken. Oh, he's still a baby. Alright, is there like a sacrificial knife that I need to use, or do I just kill it? It seems to be working. So this will summon a possessed bee, so I have to fight the bee as well. In apartment 23. I will say this, I wouldn't mind if this was a little bit quicker. Yeah, this is one of those things that's slow for no reason. Why is it so slow? Hurry up, would ya? Oh, hey! Alright, I got my cursed honey. And Chicken McChicken gave me a block which will go into the roof. If I can get in the door. Right there. We may, with a good run, we may fill the roof in today. I don't think we will, but we could. Okay, so now I should be able to make the orange chalk. Orange. So you are done. So then are you. Well, now we need to make this guy. Okay, so I need Eisnium, which I think we got as a quest reward. We need a flint and steel. We need a netherrack. And I can't remember the last thing. It's a gunpowder. A gunpowder. Gunpowder. Have a question because you're pretty good at steaming Minecraft. At steaming it. Sure. Now we need that book. Which means we need that book. Which means we need... Okay, we could do that. So I need to go back into here and get one of you and one of you. You meant streaming? Oh, I see. Sure, what's your question? Okay, so we need to make this, which means we need to make this thing, which is another... Best way not to be super quiet and interactive with chat if you can't do a lot of PC things. What you have to do, right? You have to think of yourself as... If you ever watch sports... Right? Have you ever watched sports? Watch baseball like once? Okay, so when you're watching the baseball, you have the commentators. Right? And what do the commentators do? They talk about what's happening at the moment. So that's what you need to do as a streamer in any type of stream. You need to, well, maybe not IRL streaming, but if you're playing a game, you have to talk as if the people watching have no idea what you are thinking about. So you describe what you're doing. Like, for example, here we are making some magic. So be descriptive. You have to think of yourself as being your own commentator. Because the people who are watching, they'll see you doing something, but they don't know why you're doing something. So you have to tell them. That's grey chalk. Grey chalk. Right, so we should have one thing left to place. That is the golden bowl again. So that should be that one done. Okay, so we're trying to make this. So we need to sacrifice a cow here. Also be people multitasking or work lurking, so the noise of you talking is comforting. That's true. Some people do like to be, you know, to have background noise. In fact, I believe quite a lot of the people that watch me do have me as background noise, which is fine. Oh, I have to sacrifice an cow. Luckily, we have one. It's working. Gonna be taken to heart, but for now I can't talk because my dog found my headset a good chew toy. Well, I mean, if you're gonna stream, you really need a microphone. Come on, man, hurry up. It's so slow. So that'll make that anyway. But if we want to make the red chalk, what else do we need? So we still need to find a torch flower. Where do you find torch flowers? Oh my god. The sniffer. Oh, well, while we're here. Hello. How have you done for me? No, you haven't. This dude's been here for days, man. He hasn't picked up any torch flowers. Hang on, seeds. Oh, torch flower seeds. Well, there you go. Make a liar out of me, but there, Mr. Sniffleupagus. Do they plant there? No. Oh, that's not even why. There you go. Alright, let's see what's happening over here. Whoops. Oh, hello. Trying to sidle up to me like that. Hey, Taylor. Oh, hello. Doing all right. Taylor, how are you? What did I say? If you want to seriously become a streamer, you're going to need a microphone. Been a few since you've been here. Figured you'd come and hang out and lurk. Dude, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh my god, this is a tree on fire way across the map. Let me just take care of this quickly. I started a natural disaster. H-Potter making it rain. Not that one. The rest of it I think is good. It's going to be a while. I mean, just any microphone will do. You don't have to have like a big expensive mic. Gonna lurk and make a sandwich. Nice. Enjoy the sandwich. Okay. Hopefully around April you'll earn the money. Well, hopefully. But the thing is, people, if they're gonna watch you stream, right? Oh, what? They want to hear your thoughts about things, you know. So the more that they can hear and understand you, and what you're thinking about, the more likely they are to return. Red chalk. So we've made all of the chalks now except for the black one, which should be in there. Or at least I think we've made all of the chalks. Right, so that's done, that's done. So we want to make the black chalk. That means we need to do this, which means we need the witherite dust, which means we need this. You live there. Okay, Okay, so oranges. Red, orange, orange, red, red, orange, orange, red, orange, orange, red. Ah! Listen, you. Purple. Orange, orange, red. Orange, orange, red, red. Orange, orange, red. Orange, orange, red, red. Orange. I'm still missing 8 things. What 8 things am I missing? Pretty good advice, but for some reason the only time I ever really had viewers was around the time I streamed Plants vs Zombies, Garden Warfare. Didn't talk a lot, so I was confused if they were just seeing what was happening or just bots that made Twitch join my stream for some reason. It's hard to say. It could be either of those things or both. Hermit with a glazed terracotta. Where is that? There it is. So I need to figure out what 8 things are missing from that particular shape. Rich, I don't know what I'm missing. It's not the skulls. The skulls are in the right spot. Oh, that's right. I don't really want to start this over again. Oh, hello. Are they... Those are wrong. I see. I see? I think I see. I think it's... Oh, you know that. I think it's these guys here. So they need to be grey, and I did them with light grey. There we go. And who was that? Chicken McChicken is naughty. Good call, Taliono. Get out of it, Rich. Right, okay, so black chalk, impure black chalk with the right dust. So we'll leave that up there because we're doing that next. So we need the Book of Binding Afrit again. Let's make that. Oh, whoops. Please check for the chalk box. We are working on this guy. Because I don't think it has a chalk box in this one. There is a chalk box, but it's for a different mod. Did I not pick up an ink sac? Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it. Right. So, I should now be able to make that book. And then make that book into that book. Oh, I have to put the bowls first. So I need you. You and you. Aladdin's girl is nice. Alright, starting the ritual, craft witherite dust. And a blue glazed terracotta. This thing takes so long. We've got a little bit of time to throw this in and then come back. I will put that right there. Yes, your pinky is now fully awake. Why wasn't it awake? Oh, it was awake. It just wasn't fully awake. This one is very slow. Wake up at 3 a.m. past 4 days. I am tired. Tired of having a sleepy pinky, I think. Okay, let's just check and see. Once we get the witherite dust, we can then make the impure black chalk, which we just throw into the fire again, just like normal. So that's fine. Then we need to make this. So we need to make Ronaz's contact sacrifice, villager or player. I happen to have a villager close by. So we have to do that. That gets us the void chalk. Void chalk, then we have to make this recipe. We do need all the chalks. Let's just see if we can skip over that and just jump straight to the witch plushie. So if I save that recipe, so we need to make the infused lenses. This might be easier to do now. So while we wait for that, maybe we don't need that after all. We spent all that time doing that, and then maybe we don't need it. So I'll take those. I will make you into that, you into that, you into that. It's still going. So over here we go, and then we will say that is done. We need this book. It was that Mr. Nafka is naughty. Pickle flavored peanuts don't sound appealing, and I don't feel like cheese or raisins. Hold, please. Wow, this one is so slow. Should have looked up the time wand. Oh, if I'd known that there was such a thing, then I might have. At least it's done the 4 things. sigh. Alright, hang on. So let's look at the infused lenses again. So they need Ezevius's Spectral Compulsion. So this feels like one that we could probably do. Should we do that over here? So these are purples. How you doing, Tim Tool Guy? It's white chalk. Time fluid is quite easy to make, I think. Convert some fluids with dire things, items. Is that time fluid there? No, that's spirit solution. These are white chalks as well. And then candles. 4 candles. Ringazin is here too. Whoops. Isn't finished yet. It is finished. So I have 3 of those, 1 of those. That makes me an impure black chalk. There we go, now we have that. Wish you the best of luck. I'm going to go watch YouTube. Wish you a plentiful stream and a bright day. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your time on the YouTube. Okay, so that is done. So now we need to make this. So I need 2 silvers, a gold, and the glass lenses. Check chalk on JEI. Chalk. Right, I have this chalk box, but that's for the chalk mod. I believe for this, the occultism chalk, you need the rainbow chalk. Which I was trying to make, because I saw the rainbow chalk only needs void chalk, and void chalk, oh, it's only these 4. Right, which seems easy enough. But, hang on. Why did I stop doing that? Why did I stop doing that? Oh, this one is huge. Look at the size of it. The size of it. I mean, I have most of this. I have a beacon. The amethyst cluster might be a bit harder. So we could think about doing that, but maybe not, because hopefully this is the last thing that we need to do here. Oh, I forgot to grab the other bits. Whoops. Basically only 4 of these. The other ones are extensions of the ones before. It tells you about them. Yeah, that means I've got to read. 2 silvers and a gold. It has pictures. Hey, I didn't come here to learn. Okay, so we're about to make the witch plushie, right? So we're making the infused lenses. That'll make the otherworld goggles. So to make the witch plushie, we need Renaz's contact. So this is the next thing. For this, we need 3, 4, 5, 6. What? 7 bowls. At least this one's going by more quickly. All of the drops you can get from a witch. Ah. Almost went the wrong way. And you. Alright. So we need to make the otherworld goggles. That is done. So that means now we have to make this one. I guess the next thing we need to know is the recipe, Renaz's contact. Oh, this is the one that we were just doing. Hi. Mama's arms with some green wool. Okay, well, let's start plotting this out. So that's a glass pane. Amethyst cluster. That's another. Oh, that's an end rod. Iron bars. All right. I don't think I have all the chalks for this. I don't have magenta chalk. I don't have pink chalk. I don't have brown chalk. Don't have light blue. Wow, I have none of the chalks. Okay. Okay, so I need a lightning rod. I need an iron bars. I need glass pane. And I need a beacon. An enchanting table. A lodestone. One end rod. Woohoo! Alright. Let's start putting stuff down. Lodestone. This is iron bars. Hey, hey, hey. Get out of it. Give me occultism chalk rainbow if you could. Summoned a spider there. Thanks, Kim. I mean, I could just try and make the void chalk. So I think we're quite close to making void chalk. Oh, the void chalk is this. Oh. Yeah, Ranaz's contact. So I'd still have to do it here anyway. Alright, so I need magenta, pink. Oh. Well, there you go. Well, that'll speed things up. Who gave me that? Aroha, thank you very much. Aroha. Oh, that's got a green on it. You just can't see it. I guess the only thing that we need to worry about is the amethyst cluster. Glad that worked. It's alright. We would have refunded if it hadn't. But I appreciate it. Thank you. That will save us a lot of time. A lot of backwards and forwardsing. Hi, Kim, by the way. Cube. Cube. Okay, so that seems to be suggesting that I've missed a lot. Because I'm missing 17 squares. Okay, that doesn't use durability, so I'm gonna pause for a mo, and we're gonna rebuild the floor with a block that we can actually see the different colors. So what block can we use? The white wool. It's quite a big area. Something plain. I know, dirt. Oh, maybe amethyst blocks. Oi. Hello. Oh, I know. We got a bunch of log. Look at all these cascading archwood logs. Let's take 4 stacks of archwood planks over there. They're a nice plain grey color. Oh, what the shout out say? Check out Kim and Jax as they build a modded hightail hotel with secret underground lair. Don't miss their epic Minecraft creations and family friendly vibes. Tune in for some seriously sweet building challenges. Fancy. And misleading. Oop. That's my AI bot that I made myself, Kim. Right, that's quite a big area that we need to chop out in there, so... like riding on thin air. I mean, basically, they're like a guideline, so you can see what needs to go where. You can see we have only placed 8 out of the 153 things that we need to place. So I don't think I have enough enough planks to do this, but gotta start somewhere.
You didn't say the magic word.
Oh, TT. You did say the magic word. The magic word is magic. Alright, so those are all done. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half. And I think we grabbed 4. So if I just did this, and then I went, right that, there should be heaps. Should be heaps. Probably fill all that in. It is how magical. So I think I may have missed some of the browns. Okay, so that's that area. Let's just fill in the hole on the side here because why not? By the way, people, if you are a Hytale fan, Kim is going to be playing Hytale on her stream tomorrow. So if you want to see some good Hytale building, hang out with another fellow Kiwi, a fellow female Kiwi. I mean, no, I'm definitely not a good builder. Not Latvian. Fellow Kiwi from Latvia. That's right. Okay, so now we're going to start going over these. We should be able to see all of the squares this time. And hopefully we get everything. Man, this is a lot of chalking. Hey, sub. Okay, yeah, so we obviously missed a few. So the only thing we need to do is we've got to get the amethyst cluster there. Cluster, which I don't think you can make, right? You can't just make a cluster. So what we'll have to do then is we've got to go and find one and a cardboard box it. Build a better in-dev hut than Squiggles. Oh, that sounds like a challenge. Silk touch it off a geode. Oh, that would make sense. All right, so we're gonna have to hunt down a geode anyway. So time to go a geode hunting. Accept the challenge. Oh, look at my square. I don't even know what an in-dev hut is. Yeah, so did I, Mama Sams, but I went looking for it the other day and I couldn't find it. Spectator mode. This is a bit cheaty though, eh? Oh, oh. MC pre-beta in dev. Oh, look at that. Look, I accidentally just stumbled directly upon it. Well, would you look at that? Disintegrated. Alright, so I need amethyst cluster. Amethyst cluster. I'm going to slash home from here. Here we are, back at home. Complete. Now we do need to put 7 things down here, so let's do a little circle in the middle. Thanks, Mama Psalms. And the witch. Okay, so it's a stick of gunpowder and a glowstone. Stick, gunpowder, glowstone. Oh.
And keep just subscribed for 63 months.
Monkey.
Buongiorno and nearly a year.
Buongiorno, monkey. 63. 63 months. Indev is a state like beta alpha. Yeah, I've just never heard the term Indev hut before. Or Indev house. Okay, I need a glowstone, a redstone, a stick, a bottle, a sugar, a spider eye. And then I have to sacrifice our villager. 5-day streak due to Saturday streams. Yeah. It's true, I did do a Saturday stream. Right, what am I missing? Was it gunpowder? It is gunpowder. And then that. Now I should need to sacrifice a villager. Oh no. Sugar, where? Indev House was a 7x7x4 structure with a 1x2 hole for players to exit. 2 torches on the interior formed around the player's spawn point. Oh. Or am I the sugar? I am pretty sweet. Oh, dude, imagine if I had lost that fight right when the plushie spawned. Minecraft.plushie.witch/finished. Witch, hang on. Wandering Trader Witch. Warden Witch Wither. There you go. So that leaves us, chat, with 1 left to find. The Wandering Trader. And in order to do that, we have to make this guy. In order to make that, we need to make this. So we need Ufix's inverted tower. We need that. I need a netherite pickaxe and an Eisnium pickaxe. We should be able to make the netherite pickaxe. Wandering Trader plushie is pure RNG. I'm so sorry. Okay. So we just gotta make it and see what happens, really. Let's start by making the book. So first we need the taboo book, and then we need some green dye. Okay, we have the green dye, so let's make the book. Oh, hang on, I need the book first. A book. Do I have the feathers on me still? I think I do. Wrong book. Wrong bag. I'll take those out. The thing is, right, is that I know we're going to have to work our way backwards through this. So, like, it's all well and good to say we need to make this guy, but in order to make this, there's a couple of other things that we need to do along the way. I have 1 netherite, and I need a diamond pickaxe. And oh, don't have the smithing table. Oh. Oh, there it is. What am I doing? Oh my god. Oh. Okay, so you, and you. Oh, not you. Yes, you. Okay. Right, so that's those two. I need a dragon's breath, a totem of undying. We'll come back to that. Spirit attuned crystal, nether star. So we need Madrid essence. Spirit attuned crystal we have. Madrid essence is another recipe, so I need to make another conduit. So gas tier, yes. Gas tier. Conduit? No. Gotta try and remember how we made a conduit in the first place. Oh, with those things? Oh, yeah. That means more hunting. That's done. What does the mechanical chamber do? Like, should I make that? I need sterling silver for that. Prismarine, crystal, and shard. $89 meters squared of apartment concrete floor to sand in 2 hours before the midday noise laws come into play. They have noise laws at midday. Right, we have 2 of those. So that should be... Oh, we just need to get the conduit. These Nautilus shells. Which we got before by suspicious rocking, which means we need more limestone. Okay. Well, number 1, let's repair this guy. Then we need to find some limestone. I guess I'm going to do an RTP. Do we land in the water? We normally do. Allium shrubland. Not in the water. Okay, so we need either a bunch of limestone, or we need to have a lot of luck on our hands and find a heart of the sea in a shipwreck. Do I have some
Say the magic word.
magic that could fix your back? If I had magic that could fix your back, I'd use it on my own back. One more. Clicking a link. Just candles. came all the way at the tower for this? One lodestone? Go up into the roof. Quite a few spawners in here, as it turns out. Nothing else, though. Alright, we're going to stick to the oceans, or the rivers and the lakes that we're used to. Is this the big hangar again? Yes. I think I should go chasing waterfalls. Should go chasing waterfalls. But nothing in there for that is useful. I wonder if can I use my compass to find a shipwreck? I can. Never thought of doing it that way before. I could use the compass to find buried treasure. That would be even easier. Oh, I passed it. It's about here. There it is. Hey, heart of the sea. Hey. Still need Nautilus shells though. Let's go to the shipwreck. Oh, the shipwreck. I see it. Here it is. It's half a shipwreck. Clam. So why do you normally get Nautilus shells? From drowned. the emerald. Oh, hi, fellas. Yeah, so I think limestone is right. Oh, hello up there. Stop it! That hurts. Okay, let's check. If we take this out, and I just say limestone. Okay, no. Azturax is nice. Nice one, Azturax. Yeah, I think limestone is going to be the easiest way, so we just need to find some limestone. Which I'm fairly certain we didn't have. Crackstone bricks. Thanks, Aradawa. Oh, whoops. Make it. Fake it till I make it. I just put a bunch of stuff away that I should not have put away. Limestone. Can we make the limestone? Yes. If I have a limestone, I can make more limestone. Liquid honey source block or into flowing honey. What the create wiki says. Liquid honey source block or into flowing honey. Pretty standard. Alright, we're gonna just have a look around. Have another hunt. See if there's any limestone just hanging out. It does, Astrax, yeah. Like, we found a bunch of it before. And we grinded all of it down, but we just need to see if there's a little bit more. If I can find even just one more, then we can use that to make a bunch more. Nice shoes. Now I think I'm too deep. Like, I don't think it's down here. It's at shallower depth. I don't think it's here. Maybe faster waiting on the bees. We did find some out in the world, but the problem is that we found it like just somewhere out in the world. I don't know where it was. And if I'd just saved one of them, then we could have solved this problem earlier. But no. Minus 30 to 70, so basically everywhere. Not there, however. Wait. No, never mind. It's like, did I plan ahead enough? I think I did put them in there originally, but then took them all out to crush them. Having the night vision helps a lot here, though. I will say that. The night vision. /RTP. Oh, here we are. In the Crimson Tundra. Night vision, that's right. Everywhere I look, all I can see are round tables. Have you seen anything about Spider-Man Noir? I have. I've seen a preview for Spider-Man Noir with Nicolas Cage. It looks interesting. Taliona gave me a create limestone. Thank you. Where is it? There it is. Perfect. Thanks, Taliona. What I will do, rather than just instantly giving up, I will just have a quick look around here. Oh, we already went there. Oh, not there. Tired of watching him flounder. There's a lot of floundering. A sea lantern from Samsung. Thanks, Samsung. Right, last place. We'll just check down here. Because if we happen to find some, it'll give us a head start. Oh, no. Yeah, nope, not here. Here we are, back at home. Okay, so we know that we can make more of that. Thank you, Taliona. All we need to do is... Oh, hang on. Firstly, let's place you there. Okay, so we have that. In order to make more of that, we need a block generator. Can we make a diamond one? Yes, we can. Happen to know what wood glue is called in German? Lime, so limestone. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, good. There we go. Now we don't know if it consumes lava, so I'm going to use a source block. What? Didn't I pick up 2 buckets of lava? Oh, no, because they're beans. They're called beans. There they are. A can of beans. Look at that. Mostly by French wood glue brand though. Ponal. Holzkleber. Alright, so this should make... Oh, look at all the... Oh, God. What does calcium-rich powder do? That can be turned back into calcite, so we should probably dump it. Express Ponal, Wasserfest Ponal, and Classic Ponal. It's so ponal. Okay, so suspicious rock just gets washed normally. Wasserfest. Calm down, you. Made by Henkel Dusseldorf. Alright, we got nothing out of that. Or that. Or that. Wow. It's holding most of your woodwork together. Sounds like it would work quite well in that case. Washing powder in New Zealand is probably from Henkel too. I wonder. I've never really paid that much attention to it. Okay, I'm fairly sure there's no trash can, right? No, there's no trash can. There's a creative bin. A void cell. Sanding concrete floors from 9, supposed to be retired. Just trying to figure out what's the easiest way to get rid of the calcium-rich powder. Washing powder is laundry detergent. Kind of. I mean, they do perform the same function, but normally we would say laundry detergent is like a liquid, and washing powder is a powder. That would be the main difference. If I take a brass funnel and another can of beans, call them both laundry soap. How you doing, Dee Dee? Welcome. There you go, perfect. That's all I needed. Not sure you like the lava texture, but they're beans. How can you not like beans? Dynamo, Cold Power, Sad, Wonder, Hurricane, and Fab. Now, I do know some of those brands. How was your stream, Dee Dee? Stream is okay. We progressed. I died. Let's see what the bot says. Check out D-Dance's grounded stream for some creative chaos and painting a colorful room while navigating CCI Minecraft mods. No. No, they are not. Don't miss their squirrel-themed builds and positive vibes. Oh. I'm trying to get my last plushie, Dee Dee. Trying. No idea what those even are. Yeah, 1 to go. So at the moment I'm trying to make this, which means I need to make a conduit. Oh, I got 3. Only 5 left. You emotes if you watched Stream Together streams. Oh yeah, the heal, need heal, give heal emotes. I think they're kind of cool if you got both. Like Morlin did. Aradawa with a piece of stained glass paint. Aye! Apparently have neither. Yeah, I used up all my glass. So I'm gonna make a new window space. We're halfway there. Apparently didn't watch your own stream. That should count. Yeah, if you watch your own stream while you're streaming it. Or watch, like Reborn stream, in theory. Any idea what the next pack will be? Not yet. We're up to 5. Are you living on a prayer? I did used to live on the docks. My union had been on strike. I was down on my luck. It was tough. So tough. And then Gina, she worked the diner all day. Phone just reported another day of severe rain alerts. I'll be swimming to my car later. It's alright, you can use that to wash off all the dust from sanding. Watching Reborn but didn't interact, so I suspect that means it didn't count. I wonder if that is what it is. It is what it is. Raining again in Duckland. 6. 2 left. 2 left. Car's filthy and salty. Can you still even get those? The emotes? I think you can. Mine are likely from watching Dee Dee, because Dee Dee's one of the only multi-streamers that I watch. I'm about to hit a milestone in Dee Dee's channel too. When I say about to, it's probably a couple of weeks away. Alright, we need one more. Correct, yes. Channel point milestone. A year's worth of channel points. It's still probably a couple of weeks away, but there is a milestone approaching. Nine. Hey, all right. So Nautilus shells are done. So that should mean that I can now make that guy. So to do that, again, I need prismarine, prismarine, and a ghast tier. And one of you, and a ghast tier. then the middle was what? The green book. Okay, so that needs to be Tibera's attraction. Tibera's attraction. Tibera. I've already made it. Playlist of this channel seems to be quite limited. My playlist? What? My dad said it's rained every day in the UK this year. Nearly every football match has been called off at our local club. The season will need to be extended. Oh, I think I have made that. That's this one, or was this one. Oh, you heard that song multiple times in the last few days? If anyone can find another one, like another station with better music than this, I am very open to changing it. I think I might put it there. Oh, the song reminds you of Expedition 33. Want your chill hop playlist? Is it on a internet radio station? Alright, see ya, Astrax. Thanks for hanging out. Is it digitally? Oh, Spotify? Nah. Because the thing is that the music that I'm listening to on my own is Spotify. So I can't really have two instances of Spotify playing. Dude, weak. Second desktop thingy in Windows. I don't really want to run Spotify. Part of what I've been trying to do is I want to simplify everything down, right? So basically the current way that you guys listen to music is through a browser source, right? I have a browser source which is basically it's a playlist. It's a Windows old school MP3 playlist essentially, which is really just a radio station playing that is there just playing a chill hop radio station essentially. I need 4 more with the skeleton skulls. It's the only sort of free one that I could find that was, you know, that just sort of kept running. Because it's a PLS. The playlist is PLS. Wither skeleton. Yeah, I do have 5 of them. Nice. Then the rest should just be chalks. They all have to be facing into the center, you see? Get a new keyboard? I did not. Not for a long time anyway. I've had this about 9 months? Is it loud? Are you hearing the little clicky sound when I right click? There's a little clicky sound when it's scribbling. Is that what you're hearing? Like just after I right click on it, it goes. Oh, when I was flying. Okay. The other day, people were hearing what sounded like jetpack sounds. So obviously my mic is. Well, I've been having difficulties with my mic stand, Dee Dee. So it's sort of sagging down a little bit. It sort of hangs over the top of my monitor, but it's been a little bit sort of saggy. So you might be hearing the fan because it's at a different angle to what it normally is. The keyboard is very quiet. It's almost like a laptop keyboard. Okay, so hearing the keyboard a little more than usual. Use the item trident. Oh god. When I'm typing. Yeah, well, I mean, that would make sense. The way that the microphone is sort of angled, it would lean down a little bit in that direction. Okay, I have none of these things. Yikes. That's the unexpected. Oh, magnet off. How am I going to get a trident? I just got to fight some drowned and hope that one of them drops a trident. Or get a bunch of Nautilus shells. Nautilus shells. I think we can mostly just blame it on the angle of the microphone. I have ordered a new stand. Oh, why are you burning? Oh, because of that. That's fine. I've ordered a new microphone stand. But I have a funny feeling that the new microphone stand is just going to put the keyboard even closer to the mic. But we'll see. I'll have to do some experimenting with it. Yeah, so I can craft a trident. I mean, this is not terrible to do. I don't think I have a pufferfish. Have I tried a tissue box? No. Yes, that's what Etho uses. It's not the first time that Taliano has suggested it to me. Dee Dee, I haven't given it a whole lot of thought yet. The plan is to try and get into a new one tomorrow, but I could also just jump back on the Hightail server. Okay, so there are 17 squares that I've missed here. But I can't see them. Oh, wait. Pink chalk? Green chalk. So that means there's a green chalk there. Okay, so there's a green chalk there, and there, and there. Oh, not there. So there's still 10 missing. Ah. Okay, now it's just the bowl. Hello, bowl. Give me... Oh. Alright, I'm stopping the ritual. Okay. What are my existing rituals? Yeah, I'll just make a new one. I'll just make a new one, it's fine. Okay, so, trident. This is only a chance of getting a trident too. So I need a pufferfish, a gravel, and a dried kelp block. I do have a pufferfish. I do have gravel. Do I have the other thing? Kelp. I have some. Whoops. Still need to get food post stream, just no clue what. What do you have access to? Did I find a trident yesterday? No, apparently I did not. No trident. If I did, I left it behind. Oh, I haven't got the bowls. Toast. Oh, I do like toast. I love cheese. Oh. Perform sacrifice of any fish. I mean, I do have quite a lot of fish over there. Let's try and capture a new fish. All sorts of things and very little energy. Yeah, I know that feeling. Did that count? That did not count. Craft dinner. Alright, jeez. Craft dinner is like mac and cheese, basically, right? Okay, fish. I need a fish. Any fish will do, you'll do. Come with me, hang on. No, I can't. You cannot carry these fish. You can carry these fish. Hey, there we go. That counted. Oh, I got some roe. And a raw salmon. Once again, unnecessarily slow. I may or may not be Canadian. Craft dinner. How much do you rate hockey? Ice hockey. Get pizza from the freezer. They got quite good. Freezer pizza's not bad. I haven't had a freezer pizza in a while. They used to make a thing over here called pizza subs. It was like a, you know, like a Subway sub sort of length pizza. But it'd be like, you know, just like the bottom half of a, of like the Subway sub, but with the pizza topping on the top of it. I used to like those. Now you want a pizza? You don't want a pizza. You don't want a pizza this action. It's above soccer. Basically the same sport. Soccer and hockey are two of the only sports where you can still be you can be on the attack but moving away from the goal. Hi everyone. Oh, they've all got names. Nothing. Dang it. Wish I could pick these up. Every kitchen and laundry appliance in the new place sucks and I want to replace them. Oh, I've got 2 turtle eggs though. Here, launch. There you go. I hope that that is a thing. Apparently he scared all the salmon off. Huh? Huh? Eggs go in sand, not in the water. Not in my swimming pool, they don't. Scramble a couple of eggs and microwave them. So when you move into a new place in the US, the appliances are already in there for you. I got to take my appliances with me wherever I go. Alright, 3 Nautilus shells. So if I crush those, I have a chance of getting spiky shells. Try it. Sometimes. I got XP and bone meal. I won't. Will I? Yes, I will. Alright, now you, what do you have? Nothing. Oh, see that happened so quickly they didn't even notice. In Germany, even the kitchen is empty. You have to get a new one since most of them are made to fit the place. We at least have like the bones of a kitchen. But you have to, like you gotta put your own fridge in and your own microwave and stuff like that. But like the oven will be there. Normally a dishwasher, but not always. You can sell the house with or without appliances. Often what folks will do is move the ones they like into the new house and the ones from the new one back to the old. Yeah. Love your old wash and dryer, but they're too big for the new place, I think. I'm looking forward to one day not having to rent. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Rentals can be very different. Wow, we're not having a lot of luck here, are we? Yeah, I'm trying to so there's one way to make a trident, right? You get spiky shells, prismarine alloy rod. Spiky shells, you drop a Nautilus shell into here and you've got a 12% chance of getting one. slightly higher than suspicious rock. Maybe I'll do it that way. I just need 3 of them. Like, I could do that ritual again, but there's no guarantee from that either. This seems to be taking a while. The ritual, it's not the difficulty of the ritual. It's the fact that there's a chance I could go through that whole thing again and not get anything out of it. This really genuinely feels like it should be doing more than it is. A suspicious rock with the conduit in front. So this should be working. Why do you not work? It's worked this way before. Like, I can remove it, but this did work this way before. It's not even got any particles now, you know. Oh, hang on. No, I need to have water pumping into that from the bottom. I remember now. Yeah, see? It needs water pumping into it. I forgot. And it's not just like, you don't waterlog it or anything. You actually need to put like actual water into it. Oop. Water fuel. Alright, there you go. You can hear it working. Stone button from Benjamin. Benjamin Stone button. Thanks, Benjamin. Yeah, like you can hear it now. Hey, I got 3. Perfect. And 30 shells. Kanik renaming the Wiggly Assist. There he is. Haven't said hello to him for a little while. And Morpheus is nice. Nice one, Morpheus. Okay, I need prismarine alloy. Ah, come on, bro. Oh, that only makes 1. Okay, so I need this guy twice. So now we should be able to do that. Plus those makes that. Back over this way. take care of this dude. Oh, oh. Okay, so back to there. Place these down. Place this in there. Oh, it says use trident. What? Apparently that didn't work. How do you use trident? Oh, hey! Does that count? Yes. You can see it's starting to work. DD's not nice, never nice. And yet, the bot never lies. Waiting patiently. Alright, okay. So this is going to take like a month. Month of Sundays? Maybe. Hopefully not. Oh, Morpheus, you want a number 2? Number 2. Oh, we lost. What number was it? It was 3. It was 3. It was 3 all along. I wonder if there is this config for this. Let me just check quickly. Let's go into here. Configure. Access other mods. Occultism. Client config. MISC. Info ticks. Storage. Sync JEI search storage rows. Visuals. I don't think it's in there. Rituals. So if I change this one to 0.05, it should, in theory, happen much more quickly now. Mama Sam's with the deep slate wall. Oh yeah, this is much quicker. Where'd you go? Stand still. Oh, he's got 300 health. Hang on, let me just take care of these dudes quickly. Oh my god, stand still. They'll eventually just die, right? Like, because they're sea creatures on land, so they'll eventually just die out. DD with the helper mob. Thanks, DD. I mean, I'm a pretty good shot, but when they're bouncing around like that, it does make it a lot harder. Alright. So he's down. We got the Marid Essence. Oh my god, stand still. They're bouncing so much. Can I just... Okay. So they die pretty quick if you shoot them with a burning arrow. Oh, are they all gone? Nope. Hello. Get out of my garden. Farm. Alright, did we get them all? That seems to be everyone. Let's go and put Mama Sam's wall in the wall. Okay, so in order to make this, we should have everything that we need to make this except for this. So to make this, we need... hey. Oh, done waiting? Okay, hang on, let me... Let me prepare. I think that's prepared. Oh, it's tier 3. Oh. Oh, Dee
Sir 85 gifted 5 subs.
Dee gifting 5 tier 3s. Thank you for the 5 tier 3s, Dee. Candy Panda, Hagato, Emerald Dax, Outer West, and Eric Blumst. Got one. Respawn. Thank you so much, Dee. 5 tier 3s. Dude. Listen to all the fireballs. Last chance to burn down the house. Oh, speaking of, the roof is on fire. Now it's off fire. Just a little crazy. Something burning down the house. Wow. Like the flames is just a constant. Big Al making it rain. Thank you, Dee Dee. What? See a helper mob. Can I get that fire out? Oh, it's out. Ah! DD mob's swarming. Huh? Okay. Oh, there's a big chunk missing there. Chunk in the roof is missing. So, oh, that's on fire. Okay, there's nothing visibly on fire. We only died twice in that. But quite a lot of the house is gone. Thank you, Dee Dee. Yeah, it doesn't actually look that bad, right? Could have been a lot worse. Let's see if we can just grab some dark oak and fix up some holes. There we go. So we got the wall back. A terracotta that can go straight into there, and then we need to replace a warped button. Thanks, Big Al. I think that was probably here. Yeah, I think we actually came out of that relatively unscathed with a whole lot of fires in there, but yeah, I think we're okay. Thanks, Dee Dee, once again. Hi, Sub, by the way. Did I say hi to Subby before? I feel like I did. Everything all blends together now. Alright, I think I got that cleaned up. Taliono with a andesite something. Actually, that could go right there. Keep having your fun. Need the giggles tonight. Do you have the giggles tonight as well? Oh, my sword. Entity range. Nah. Okay, so now we're trying to make this guy. So to make this guy, we need the Afrit essence, which we should have. We have one of these. Afrit. You were laughing? Excellent. Okay, then I need Crying Obsidian, Echo Shard, and another Isnium pickaxe. Crying Obsidian, Echo Shard. Oh, I've only got one Echo Shard. Get out of town. That I should have, and then we need that book. But before we can do that, we need this book. This thing here. Which is even easier, but we need another Isnium pickaxe. So we just use the same one. But in order to make that, we need this guy. And this guy needs this guy. Which needs one of those. Okay. So now we're getting close. We're closing in. Slowly. What did I do to it? I'm innocent. I'm lovely. Well, what would I do? Okay, empty magic lamp. So the uses for that is this recipe. So that's Isnium. I need gravel and iron. Gravel, iron. Whoops. And then I need to do this ritual. Which I may have already done. Lovely and innocent. Okay, that does look familiar. That might be this one here. That is that one. Okay, so we'll go back to this and turn that off. So Isnium, gravel, iron. And in the middle is that book. Okay. Bit hard to call anyone that's grown up in Aussie innocent. It's true. Subby knows. Okay, I would like a book. Oh, 2 O's in book. A feather. A ink. Okay. Subby's totally innocent. He's even got an innocent emote. That's how innocent Subby is. So uses for that is that we need to make this book, which we do by doing that. And then we make that guy. Pop that into the middle of that ritual. Oh, this... Oh, man. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, I'm glad we did that. Oh. So much better. Okay, so that's done. Now we need to make this guy. So, nope, we've made that guy. So we want to make this guy. So in order to make this, We need Strigior's Higher Binding, which appears to be a new one. Strigior. Is that a new one? I think that's technically that one, isn't it? It's very similar to that one. That is that one. Okay, so... So let's do this. Let's go back to here. No. Yes. No. This guy. You turn that off. Turn it back on again. Place it there. New Zealand already won some medals. Yeah, we have a snowboarder, very famous snowboarder. Well, she's famous in New Zealand anyway. World famous in New Zealand. Zoe Sandowski, something like that. She just won a silver medal. Zoe Sadowski Synot. I actually don't know how to pronounce her name properly, so she's Zoe something. She has one of those names that I've seen written down before, but I've never actually said it out loud. She's very good at sliding down ice. And Kiwis are very good at rowing. We love a good row. Like the skeleton. Like the skeleton. Oh. Where's my golden ritual bowl? Oh, it's here. I see it. Alright, that goes there. And then there was one tiny piece of chalk that I removed accidentally. There it is, that one. Alright, so that is now done. So we're trying to make that guy. So this is the one that needs... Oh, so I need to make another Spirit Attuned Crystal. We need 5 of these. What Jamaicans competed in like 30 years ago. The bobsled. Jamaica got the bobsled team. Okay, so in order to make that, I need the Spirit Attuned Crystal, Izomir Pickaxe, Lapis. We need to make a book again. Okay, so I need 1 lapis, 1 gold. We need to make the book. I might be running out of blue dye. Cool Runnings continues, it's true. They still, to this day, they feel the rhythm. It's bobsled time. What's the internet? Oh no! No! And then I need a Spirit Attuned Crystal. That's 4 of those. Bye. Bye. Alright, that's done. So we've done that one. Now we need to do this one. So this is... So we need another spirit attuned crystal, but we should have the rest of the things. So we have that. We have that. We have that. We need another Eisnian pickaxe. This is where we use the Echo Shard. And the pickaxe. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. I'm using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're missing one. Oh, it's the Spirit Attuned Crystal again. Luckily, I know that we have diamonds in our backpack, which we're not using. So that can go there. Then I'm pretty sure it's that book. No, it's the yellow book. Okay, so the yellow book we haven't made yet. So let's make one of those. Okay, so to make that, we need that book. No, 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 no. No, now is not the time. Hi, hi, hi. Okay, so now we just got to do this last one. So what do we need? I need a dragon's breath, a totem of undying. Oh, oh, hey. Is that Jade? Thanks for the raid, Jade. How you doing? How was your stream? Welcome. Okay, so I need the green book, which we have, so we don't need these now. I know I needed a dragon's breath, which we do have. I believe I need that guy. I need a totem. I need to make another Eisnian pickaxe. I need a totem of undying. A nether star and another spirit attuned crystal. TD's back. Welcome back. How's DourCraft today? Hopefully, we're about to wrap it up. Hopefully. As I understand it, the last thing that we need to do has a certain element of RNG to it. We're hoping that that RNG will fall in our favor. Okay, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things. I have 7 things. Oh, I get another 2 hearts though. Okay, so what are we missing? It's the Spirit Attuned Crystal again. Okay. This is fixable. Playing Minecraft, some Derail Valley. How was Derail Valley? Nope. Performing the ritual on the wrong pentacle. The correct one is Ufix's inverted tower. Okay, so this guy needs this ritual. Fun, calming end to the day. That is that a new one or is that this one over here? That's not that one, is it? It is not. the same. It's similar, but it's not the same. Okay. It's a train simulator. I've not heard of it. Derail Valley. I actually think that that is very similar to that. It is, isn't it? It's just that with another layer around the outside. But part of that layer would be under the thing. So I'm going to take everything from here. Whoop. Oh my god. I'm moving too fast. I'm so close to finishing. I'm kind of excited. I hope that everything goes to plan. Alright, spirit attuned crystals. They go there. We need candles in the middle. In the wind. Expect me to 100% the next pack too. I hate to pre-disappoint you, but that is extremely unlikely to happen. Alright, here we go. So we're going to start from one side and just draw the pentacles, whatever they are. Actually, I'll do it in a ring. Wouldn't disappoint a duck now, would you? I mean, if you're expecting 100% of a pack to be done, probably. I played a mid game. You should know that already. You doing Scarlu for 5 years and 10 months. Quite a long time. I played a Roof Age. Endgame is so much more challenging. Yeah, but when you've done it 100 times, it gets tedious. I mean, I fought the dragon 8 times. That's endgame. There should be enough endgame for the next 8 packs. Alright, so Nether Star. Undying Totem. That thing. That thing. That thing. That thing. Not that thing. That thing and that thing and then that. Please work. It's the last one. Can we recommend some crap packs next? Why not? And possibly just because it's the end of the week next week, tomorrow, rather than sort of starting a new pack on a Friday, like I said before, we might do Hightail instead. We'll mine random ores, deep slate ores, and rare ores in the mining dimension. Okay, so now I have no idea what this thing does. Oh, is it Forest Nothing, Taliona? Will mine random ores, deep slate ores, and rare ores in the mining dimension. So I have to take this to a mining dimension and then run it? I know nothing about this thing at all. DM. The Casket of Reveries. Souls-like RPG mod pack with unique storyline and quest. 786,000 downloads. Dimensional Okay, so I need to find a dimensional mineshaft item. Oh, that's another ritual. I had a lot more Isnium than I thought I had. Okay, so let's do that. So that's 4 other stone and a gold. Gold. Then I need the diamonds again. You have to switch first and third person frequently. Oh, fights are purely done in third person view. Never second person though. Okay. So to make this, we need to be in Strigior's higher binding, which I think we might have already made. How you doing, Freefall and over the AR? Let's have a look at this one. Is that one? I think that is that one. Okay, so what do we need? We need the 8 skulls and the candles. I've got circles everywhere, Freefall. So we're gonna say remove that and then make a new one. I'm gonna put this new one there. Get rid of this guy. Replace our divots. Then start placing things down again. Dee Dee making it daytime and stuff. Thanks, Dee Dee. Okay, now what was in the middle of this? It's the purple book, so I did need another book after all. Okay, so I need oh, I get rid of these. I need a book. A book. I'll be with you in a moment. Right, what number did you choose? You chose 2. And... oh, no. It was 3 again. What did he drop? Oozing others. You can dump that too. I'll hold on to that. Change that into that. Oozing is fun. Doesn't sound fun. Mama Psalms is naughty. Right, so we need to make that book, which is that book, which is that. Then we attune that book or whatever it is. We bind it. Yep. So you go in there. Dimensional mine shaft. Place. And we just wait for a wandering trader plushie. Occultism might actually be fun at this speed. It wasn't difficult to do. So this is where the RNG part comes in. We just sort of basically got to wait for this. Put mending on the lamp. Is that a thing? Is there time in a bottle? I don't think that there is. If there is, it's too late anyway. I'll just keep an eye on it for the time being. Thought occultism lamp pulls ores from the ether or something. In this one, it's pulling it from the mining dimension. Yeah, I am going to have to pipe out the... Let's pop back through real quick. Get confused about which direction we're facing. The occultism mining dimension. I'll check which one it is in a sec. I want a barrel and a pipe wrench and... oh, I don't have an item pipe. What? So that is just another mining dimension. Mining dimension. Oh. Oh, maybe not. Ah. Dumb. Taliana said there was a thing called the Time Wand. Is it just called Time Fluid? Polymorphic fluid. Polymorphic catalyst into water. Like, it's possible to do. This seems like this will run out over time, but I think we got enough time because this is the only thing we have to do now. This is the whole rest of the pack. Oh, you know what I could do? I know what I can do. Hang on. You do that for a bit. I don't know that I have any crystals like currently crystals. I may not have the polymorphic catalyst. Oh, I do have the polymorphic catalyst. But I had an idea how I could make this work. If I make the pipe upgrades, I should be able to blacklist. Oh, it still went through. There we go. Oh, it still went. Whoop. Nope. How you doing, MC? There we go. That should prevent it from going through. Hey, there we go. Okay, so now we just gotta let that run, and eventually a plushie will pop out, hopefully, eventually. Yeah, the plushie is the final item. It's got 20 minutes to pop out. Hopefully we don't lose all of our durability on that thing in those 20 minutes. Yeah, so we have 42 of the 43 plushies. This is, in theory, the last one. In theory. But, if I say villager... what's his name? Wandering Trader. Right, Wandering Trader plushie. See, he's got a weight of 0.1. So I think that's sort of basically like a 10% chance. I could enchant it, but like, in the amount of time that we've got, like if it starts to become worrisome, then I will do it. Otherwise, we just let it run. I could just stick mending on it anyway. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Because this thing is filling up quite quickly too. Oh, we're running out of food. Still haven't eaten that cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. Come on, lantern thing. Who's that? James Games is nice. Nice one, James. Movie I was watching finally ended. Rewatched the Firefly season and the Serenity movie. They so need to revisit the show. I think that if they did now, it would be disappointing because of how certain cast members are missing. Running out of food, he says, with like 4 rows of food. Yeah. But I used to have 6 rows of food. Hey, how you doing, James? We're waiting for our last item to generate. Debating whether I should make time fluid or not. I think I will. We may as well. Okay, so we need the polymorphic fluid. I need buckets. Let's do 3 of them. Thinking Spice of Life should give you more hunger shanks instead of more life. Actually, that's not a bad idea. You know, like a good way of making things a little bit different. Yeah, I've never used time fluid either, so this will be new to me. So time fluid, that needs me to drop. So we need one of these, which I may or may not be able to make. 10 in a row for MC, nice. Argus is naughty. Okay, so we need to get time crystals. So I need 4 time crystals. So let's go to the end. Here they are. Are any of them even complete? Yes. 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 Backpack. Store. Base. Oh, I'll turn my magnet off. Wibbly wobbly timey wimey things, that's right. Time wand. It was that jade is nice. Are we sure that this is the correct way to make this work? Ah. Right click. Nothing yet. Insufficient energy. Now I don't think that I have like a battery or anything that I could use to charge this. There we go. Everything has been enchargulated. Any item I'm looking for? We're looking for the last plushie, but I want to earn the last plushie. Oh, look at it go. Oh, look at it. Look at it run out. Alright, I'm just going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to whip it out of there really quickly if we have to. It's getting close to whipping it out. That's close enough. Right, did we get it? No, we did not. That was pretty quick, though. Okay, so I should... Oh, no! It burnt down my bookcases. Alright, what can we add onto this? We can only add unbreaking. So now it has unbreaking. Who's that? Freefall is naughty. What's the chance? It's 0.1. So it wouldn't let me do mending, but I do have stuff with mending on it. I don't know what I have that has mending on it, but we can extract mending from items. We just got to find something that has mending on it. It could be not enough bookcases. Maybe we make some more bookcases. We had bookcases, but somebody burned them down. Not naming any names. So I can add unbreaking to it. I can add higher levels of unbreaking. I can't repair it. Why are books so flammable? Okay, can I make more books? Fortune, yeah, maybe. I'd like to be able to repair it though. Let's see, what do we have? What? I've got gear that has mending. So mending is a yellow one. So we're looking for anything with a... Oh, there you go. Mending. So if I take that to there, so I can get mending off of it. I just need a book, which I'm going to have to make. And we don't... Do we already have a mending book? I don't think we do. No, we don't. Okay, so book. I can make 30 books. If I put you in there and I say I want mending off of that, I don't have 18 levels. No, oh, what? Wrong way. Now I do. Give me mending. So if I then say you plus you, now we have mending. And then I say, yeah, plus and minus definitely wrong way around, right? So now I should be able to throw this in here and it won't let me repair it. Maybe we need more bookshelves. How much sugarcane do I have? I've only got 9 sugarcane? What? Bookshelf. Oh, there's one. Oh. 10 more. XP shower or something? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I can't repair it. Oh, James, we'll have to give you your points back because it strips NBT. You can see here it strips all of the NBT stuff off of the end of it. So that unfortunately doesn't work. So I can make Unbreaking 3 on it, but I'd need an XP shower. I don't want to grindstone it. Grindstone it. Yeah, I don't think that I can. I think the only way that I can fix it is by, yeah, mending is on it. So I need to have XP. So I need. Is there an XP shower? Yeah, offhanded kill mobs. Actually, we do have a, that's true, tap. Oh, we do have the XP tap. Okay, so if we have the XP tap, that means that we have the drain. Like, I do have everything I need to do this, just I have to reconstruct everything. I'll make that, and then that, and then that. Oh, I'll take that out. So I currently have 21 levels of XP. If I put that on there, and I stand on here, okay, so what we could do is we could give myself a bunch of levels, stand on here. Sharkana is nice. We're halfway repaired. Oh, I haven't got any armor on. Whoops. Why am I wearing the armor? I've got mending only on the Paxel, so I think I will just put those away just briefly. That can't have mending. That has mending but is mended. And I'll take these off and put them back in there. And then we'll do this again. It's a shame it just sort of drains out on the floor like that. It feels wrong. The floor block is definitely interfering. Three is one of my favorite numbers. Nice. Thank you for coming back for 3 in a row. Pretty close to full. 8 is your top favorite number. Alright. It is fully repaired. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Does this keep... If I break this, does it keep XP? Because there's a lot of XP in there. I've got 71 on me. I'll hold off. It does. I'll still hold off. I've got heaps. Alright, where are we? There we are. So you have that again. And then we'll speed you up. I didn't speed it up as far as I did the first time. So it barely made a blip on it. We may have to upgrade the barrel. Although it seems to have hit its limit of things to collect. James, thanks for the blue thing. Did you get your channel points back for the other thing? Did refund? Thank you. We're starting to get stuff that's like overflowing now, stacks. Maybe I need a stack upgrade. Not that I was worried about it, but thank you, sir. We have to be fair. Alright, let's take some stuff back with us. It did say mining dimension. Like if we look up the wandering, so it's in the dimensional mine shaft, right? So you throw that in and it says we'll mine random ores, deep slate ores and rare ores in the mining dimension. And if we look up mining, there's that one. And that's the only way that I know of to make a mining dimension. Oh. Maybe it is a different mining dimension. Although I don't know what that does. And we got another day. I'm not doing a whole day just to get one plushie. But it does feel like this is not the right place, right? Dear Pactiv. So close. The thing is, right, if I said, okay, we're going to come back to this tomorrow and we're going to finish this pack off, and then we immediately start... Oh, yeah,
James,
no, it's James!
_Wario_128.
James, thanks for the gifted sub to Super Wario, a tier 3 even. Oh no, my orange tree. Pretty sure the lamp doesn't care which dimension you set it up in, so it's not in the wrong place. Okay, so... I mean, the chances for it to drop anything is very low. So, it could be that it's just very low. Oh, I burnt my bushes down. Is that everyone? Apparently that was everyone. Thanks, James, for the tier 3 to Super Wario. Not my bushes. Was the cat on fire? Oh, the cat's on fire. No cat. Oh my god, the cat's like fully burnt down. The chances, it says that it's 0.1. So I don't know if that means, it says the weight is 0.1. So I don't know if that means that like there's a 0.1% chance of getting it. Should I try it in the overworld? I guess I could. I feel like it's going to do the same thing in the overworld. Oh, James.
James Though Games gifted 5 subs.
James, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. They went to Spartan, Locked and Loaded, 36 Steel, MSF Web Dude, Zerocon Gaming, and Jade3D got one too. Thanks, James. 5 gifted subs. Oh, we're very close to adding another day onto the timer. I will say this: at this point of the pack, I am quite OP. Taliano 200 bits.
Taliano just cheered 200 bits.
Did he gifted us up to Freefall as well?
Dancer85 gifted a sub to Freefall.
See? Oh, what did we get? Jump boost. We still never got flight off this thing either. Here's what I'll do. I will put this stuff away, and then we will circle back and bring it into the bring it back into the overworld. Got the angel wing. Okay, here we are in the overworld. So let's reset this up. So you're going to live there. Oh, James. James, 200 bits.
James the World Games just cheered 200 bits.
Thanks, James. Hey, we added a day. Hey. It is odd that weight is a fraction. I agree. It does seem unusual.
Username just cheered 10 bits.
That's not what happened. Okay, that played twice. Hey, welcome everyone. It's a hype train. Anonymous gifted 10 subs, but the voiceover said username gave 10 bits. Wait, what? Okay, thank you, Anonymous, for the hype train, for kicking off the hype train with a 10 gift sub bomb. Oh, let me land, please. Thank you. I'm trying to get out of the water. Anybody can join in on the hype train. 100 bits or more gets you in. Any sub, any gift sub works as well. Thank you, Anonymous. You won the rock, paper, scissors. Did it happen right when I changed dimension? Is it possible that it was in another dimension that it happened? Oh, or is that it there? No, that was Mama Sam's winning it. DD 1,000 bits.
Dancer85 just cheered 1,000 bits. And it's time for a late party at MisterWiggly's.
Thanks, DD.
Let's go.
Hang on. Well, while we do this, let's do this. DD, thanks for 1,000 bits. Hype train leveled up to 9 kills on Plants vs. Wigglies at the bottom of the... Hey, we died! We actually died, chat. That's because I added regeneration, but I only left it at level 1. If I had jumped it all the way up to level 3, then we would be like untouchable. Oh, Wario 100 bits.
Super underscore Wario underscore 128 just cheered 100 bits.
Thanks, Mario. Thank you everyone for the late train. We have gone overtime, so... Ow. Ah. Help a mob from DD. No, that's James Games. Same color as DD's Help a Mob. So confuzzling. That's alright, DD. We can go a bit longer. Oh, Talion has done 100 bits. Hey.
Balino just cheered 100 bits.
Calm down, bro. Thanks, Taliono, for 100 bits. Yeah, I would like to get this plushie if I can, so I'm quite happy to continue because I do want to get the plushie. Oh. Alright, and there was a trivia question I heard there too. Super Wario, let me see if I can figure out which question we're up to. From 1995 to 2001, Lucy Lawless played which warrior princess? Oh, Dee Dee. All the tier 3s.
Princer 85 with 5 subs.
Oh, Dee Dee. Xena is correct. Where's the ding? There it goes. It's the only warrior princess I can. Me too. Thank you, Dee Dee. I think they're still spawning. Oh. Who did they go to? They went to Miranda 813, Smokey Bear, Rage the Annoyed Hermit, got one nice, and Robate Relics. Oh, I died again. That's quite busy out there. Wario Princess, Xena the Wario Princess. Dee Dee turning on the rain. Wow. Oh, wow, that was a good shot. Oh no, the bee! Dee Dee has angered the bees. Dude, we're at level 7 in the hype train. Oh yeah, hiding under the eaves there. Talione will BRB meeting. Okay, Zoe the zombie survived. Hoi hoi hoi! Ah! Big Al!
Big Al 607 just cheered 100.
Whoa! Okay, there were still a few of these guys. Dee Dee sent me flying. Oh, whoop. Whee! Hi, we're up to, is it 16 kills on the Plants vs. Wigglies? Nice. What is this? Impacting legs and oozing others again. Still no plushie. You didn't say hi yet. Hi, Emerald. Welcome. We are mid-hype train. Emerald is nice. In the hype train, we are currently in level 7, I believe it was. It's hidden behind a thing at the moment, so I cannot see it. Yes, we're at level 7, 3% with 2 minutes remaining. I'll put the bank away. We are at this stage hoping that a plushie will summon. Make an upgrade. Is there an upgrade? Up of the barrel. That does make sense. Oh, it's in my offhand. But Thank you very much, everyone, for the hype train. By the way, I know we are going a bit later than normal. It would be nice to finish this off, though. Ah. So I would say, if you are going to play this pack, maybe try and get onto this one early. Look at it go. Hype train complete. We finished level 6, chat. Level 6, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Thank you very, very much. I will go back and say thank you to everyone that jumped in on the train as well. Let's see. Where are you, train? There you are. James Games got us kicked off with a tier 3 sub to Super Wario. Then 5 gifted subs. Then we got Taliona with 200 bits. Dee with a tier 1 sub to Freefall. James Games with another 200 bits. Anonymous gifted 10 subs. I didn't get to say who they were for, so they went to Expecting Storms, No Big Cat, JJ 425, Adam Dev, Childish Kirby, Pajama Llama, Brian C Worldwide, Neard, Parky Park, and Benjamin 6747 got one. Then we have Dee with 1,000 bits, Super Wario with 100, Taliona with 100, Dee gifting out 5 tier 3 gift subs. Big Al finished us off with 100 bits. Thank you very, very much, everyone. Hugely appreciated. No plushie. Keeping an eye on that. At what point do we just say, you know what? We did it. It's just RNG from here. And just, oh, there it is. There it is. It's there. Huh? I had no room in my inventory. Yes. Yes. I did it. Wandering Trader plushie. You live right there. Doop. We did it, chat. Armadillo, Bat, Bee, Blaze, Blitz or something. I don't know what that one's called. Cat, Chicken, Cow, Creeper, Dolphin, Drowned, Elder Guardian, Enderman, Ender Dragon, Frog, Glow Squid, Goat, Husk, Iron Golem, Magma Dude, Red Cow, Panda, Flying Thing, Pig, Other Pig, Blowfish, Sheep, Shulker, Skeleton, Skeleton Horse, Slime, Sniffer Thing, Spider, Stormtrooper, Vex, Villager, Wandering Trader, Warden, Witch, Wither, Wolf, Zombie, Zoglin. We did it! We did it! I'm so happy. I 100%ed a pack. I had to do magic all day today, but we actually achieved 100% in a pack. God, when's the last time I did that? I can't even remember. But I am so pleased that that actually finally landed. We got it. It wouldn't have surprised me if I opened this thing up and looked in here and there was like 4 of them. Hacks. Dude, it took 4.5 hours today to get to that, but we did it. 100% in a pack. Now we have to raid someone. Who do we raid? Ooh. Hang on. Hi. Yeah, we get it. It's late. I remember the plushie's better after some sleep, I feel. Maybe. I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased that we actually finally got that. Man, thank you everyone for hanging out with me while we did that. That was a very enjoyable pack. So I think if you are looking for something and you know what you're doing, then this is the type of thing that you probably could just jump straight into. Now, let's find somebody playing Minecraft. Unless you're okay to play to raid somebody that isn't playing Minecraft. Hi, Breach. The flying thing. Hang on, iTunes live. He doesn't like raids. Normally. Shall we say hello to iTunes? Oh, he's been live for 11.5 hours. Let's see what happens if I try to raid him. I know in the past I've tried to raid him and it said that he doesn't allow raids. Yeah, he's got them disabled. So oh, my throat is a bit dry. None bear. Oh, Hachi. We haven't been to Hachi in a while. Hachi Monster will do. Let's send a raid over there. Off to bed. No worries. Thanks, Wine Otter. Did that work? Oh, that's not even... I spelled raid incorrectly. There we go. Alright. Let's send a raid over to Hachi Monster. Everyone seems to enjoy their time over there, so we'll go and say hello. If you like what you see and you're not following, please do hit the follow button. I'll be back tomorrow. It will be about 4.5 hours earlier than whatever the current... Nah, he's got raids disabled, subby. Yeah, be 4.5 hours earlier than whatever the current time is for you now. Hopefully I'll see you guys then. Until then, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching to the end. We actually finished the pack. Yeah, we may or may not be playing Minecraft tomorrow. I'm not sure what we'll be doing. It sort of feels weird to start a pack on a Friday. So we'll see what we're doing. But I will be back tomorrow. All right. In the meantime, I'll see you next time. Thank you so much for the hype train. Thank you for the bits, the subs, the gifted subs. Thank you for following if you followed. Have an excellent time zone. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.